Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Fuck 'em, never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community broadcasting from St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hell Hounds, our second Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a young pack of Garou have come as reinforcements to the Sept of the Evening Star to help combat the forces of the Worm and help build the new Garou nation. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We also have a couple new tables starting soon that are looking for players, so come join our community. Now, let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hello, every pony. My name is Jay, and I'll be playing Forge, Bonar Rune, and we may, require double the time, but we get double the results.
Hi everyone, my name's Nikki, and I'll be playing Delphine, Ruin Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge, who is just sitting over on the bench during these intros.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Ben. I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox, and I'm having a good time up here. It's great.
Hello there, my name is Katie, and I'll be playing Aurora Rory Woods, the Bonar Galliard, and we're just vibing tonight.
Hello, every pony. I'm Lilith, and I play Juniper Kameen, the Ragabash Black Fury. And I don't know about these guys, but I've just been living it up as a wild woman in the woods.
Success, unlike beauty, is not in the eye of the beholder. That being said, Pack, last week The pack spent some time settling in on the heels of a rather tense interaction with their mentor, stakes her claim. They have not seen her in the time that has passed since. She has been spending a great deal of time away from the pack, having been rather upset with them after their initial interaction with the Sept leaders from Hell. But ever since, Rory has had time to catch up with Raymond about everything that happened with the initial settling in, and everyone else has had some time to settle in themselves. Rory and Forged took a trip out to the woods to do some hunting, where they ran into Aaron and got to know the Philodox of the Sept a little bit better and got to see for themselves just how much things have changed with the Sept in Hell. Rory seeing firsthand just how much the leadership in Hell has changed, which was peculiar and even to her own eyes, seemingly genuine. Delphine had a conversation with Charles where she asked for some advice and was given hopefully some helpful tips, which we will see if she took to heart. And Raymond had some time to reconnect with the Sept leader, Red, where he got some insight into what may be coming in the upcoming negotiations about where they can get the iron from the mines up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So let's get into our story with our first scene, as Raymond calls back to Florida to find out just what he has to bring to the negotiation table. Raymond, after a conversation with Red, you were told it was possible that you may be able to gain some extra assistance from other Septs in the area if you had some extra things to negotiate with, some extra things to potentially bribe the other Septs of the area, the Septs from Wisconsin and Ohio, respectively, to garner some extra assistance to raid the mines up in the Upper Peninsula, to get the ore necessary to assist in this endeavor. With the extra help, your pack may not even be necessary in this particular raid, and you may be able to return to Tampa early. It would guarantee the success of this outing and assure the success of your mission. But the formula alone won't necessarily be enough to get the job done. So with all that in mind, you decide to put in a call to the Sept leader back in Tampa, Aspen Weiss. So before you dial in the number, what's going through your mind?
Well, I'm hoping that after the talks I had with Red, that the Sept down in Florida and Aspen will be able to give me some good help, and we would be able to bring more to the table, because we at the moment we don't really have much other than the formula, but we have that in limited quantities purely to give to the Hell Sept. So I don't know what I would even begin to bargain with. So hopefully this call will answer those questions and bring enough to the table. If not, we'll see what happens.
On top of that, there's also those nagging questions at the back of your head. The clarifications that Red made in regards to all those questions surrounding why they asked for Delphine to be sent up in the first place. It was believed that Delphine was to be sent up to be tried again about the shame she had been given. But Red said she was to be sent up to be apologized to, and Sean seemed to affirm that belief. There were a lot of nagging suspicions about the Hell Sept's intentions, but it seems that they genuinely have changed for the better. Yet Aspen seemed very suspicious of them in your last interaction. Are her intentions pure? Is she genuine, or does she have an ulterior motive? that tugs at the back of your mind as you dial in the phone number. It rings a few times before Aspen picks up, and the scene is yours.
Hey, Ray, what can I do for you?
Hey, Aspen. Yeah, I'm calling because there's a small, I wouldn't call it a situation, but there's something that was brought up that I need some clarifications on. Maybe you can help answer some questions that might make the process of this deal go smoother. So I just wanted to call you up real quick.
Absolutely. I said I would be here for whatever you need. I've got a moment.
Awesome. So talked with Red a couple days ago. Had a one-on-one meeting to talk about the deal and some of the plans that they've had set up before we got up here. And it sounded like he was able to get in contact with a couple steps up in Wisconsin and Ohio. And there's a possibility that they might be able to lend assistance to the operation of dealing with the mine and acquiring the iron. And when he was discussing it, seems like that possibility is there. We just need to offer them something of equal value in return. And I don't know if what we brought up, the cure, I don't think that's good enough for either of those steps at the moment, because we don't have the relations that we have with the Hell Sept to kind of curry that favor to kind of make this deal a little bit easier on that side. So I don't know if there's anything more that you can think of to offer, or maybe let me know if there's something I can say or explain the situation to them in a clearer way to maybe have them brought over to our side.
Okay. Well, the extra help is always wonderful when going through things like this. So that's amazing that they'd be willing to help. Do you know of the other SEPs, the other packs, and what they may need from us? Has there been any discussion as far as that goes?
Red's compiling a list. He's getting in contact with them and getting the numbers that would be able to be sent and any information relevant to that. Currently, I don't have in front of me, but I should be getting it soon, so I can let you know completely what they would want. But if there's anything you can think of right off the bat that I can kind of tell them when we get that information, like maybe what they ask of us, I might already be able to provide with your blessing if that's already been discussed with you.
Okay. Having some information of what they may need would be helpful, because, every pack is going through something, and it's good for us to have an idea of what that looks like so we can properly help instead of just giving, potential IOUs, things of that nature. But off the top of my head, I mean, there's always the idea that we're all fighting for Gaia, and we should be working together to get that done. But, that's not always enough, obviously. What I can give, well, we have knowledge here. We have Eliza. Eliza's quite knowledgeable in rights and things in that nature. If there's something specific they need as far as on the spiritual side of things, she's always willing to help and educate. We also are open and willing to help other packs and septs within reason with what they need. I mean, allies are always fantastic to have, as far as just the two groups of us down here, having people open and willing to jump at the first sign of problems. It's always something every pack needs.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Eliza's immensely knowledgeable, so depending on their level of knowledge in that area, that could be automatically a great way to get in. But and I mean, offering any assistance is obviously a, a baseline. I feel like in negotiations. Is there anything, I don't know, special that we can give that might be different from other assistance that's just kind of basic?
There's always the opportunity of having moon bridges connecting, so if there is an emergency, we have a way of getting there fast and being able to react to whatever they need. As far as, I mean, Eliza's a well of knowledge, so rituals, knowledge as far as building cairns if they need help in that department, or if they're having issues with the spirits. We have a lot of great knowledge here of how to appease and help with chagrin. We should know. We've been there. Um, we can really just offer a lot of knowledge from experience and having Eliza and having a lot of ideas of what could potentially going on. I don't know if they have any issues with the plants either, so that's always something to keep on the back foot.
Yeah, from the discussion with Red, it seems like the Seps up there haven't actually encountered any fertilizer or had any contact with anything regarding the plants. So that's kind of a new territory for them. So I know Red, when you talk to him, spread that information. So that's a new thing that they now have to be wary of. So it's good that they were alerted right away before they were harmed by this. So that might kind of have them look favorably upon us when asking for help, because they were warned about the situation beforehand. And if we were able to, I don't want to say mass produce the cure, but like produce a steady supply, being able to maybe give them a few doses here and there to stockpile in case something does happen and it does appear. Um, that was something I also thought of to kind of give them as a bargaining chip.
Absolutely. There's also more on an individual basis for us. I mean, if they have any legal troubles, I could help where I can. Artie's great with digging into things and tech if they need any help in that regards. We have Lucas is a wonderful builder and smith if there's anything as far as that they need. Also, anything that you guys can contribute with your specific skills are always good options to give.
I didn't want to offer our services specifically because we are envoys for you in this situation. So I didn't want to just offer all of our skills and potential help in case that was going somewhat over your head. Didn't want to just throw it out there because this is your deal. This is your situation that we're helping and we're coming up as envoys for.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the consideration. But I mean, we're all working here to make Tampa better. So if you've got to, throw a heavy hitter in the ring, throw something that we're good at just to sweeten the deal, you do what you need to do. I trust you. I mean, you're pack leader.
Fair enough. We'll keep that in mind.
As long as you communicate any deals that are made and let me know. I'm happy and open to go with whatever you need to throw at them within reason.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'll be sure to give you another call or send you a text once I get that list of demands, and also how much help they'll be able to actually provide. Because from what Red says, potentially, if we can get their help, um, they might be able to just deal with it themselves. We won't even have to go to the mine. If Fred can get the assistance that he needs, then they'll go take care of the mine and then set up a steady supply for us without us having to get involved.
That could be perfect if you wanted to come down and they had it all taken care of on their own. Then you guys are welcome to come back. If they do need the extra help, make sure that you're open and willing to do that. We don't want to look like we're putting the burden on them. That's not what I want to happen.
Of course. And the only reason I brought it up is because Red brought it up first. He just laid it out as an option for us. So I do want to help, and I want to assist in the mine operation any way I can. I still need to talk to the pack about what their thoughts are on the situation and express that idea to them, because I know some of them will want to make sure that that deal with the other Seps go through, so that way we don't have to be up here that long. So we'll see what happens.
That's fair. How are you guys doing down there? I know there's possible contention and problems. I just want to make sure you guys are doing okay.
Funnily enough, it's actually going pretty well. I mean, we came up here thinking that there was going to be some automatic, bad blood between us all, and we'd have to navigate it and tiptoe around the situation to make this deal go through. But as soon as we showed up and we walked into the saloon, they threw us like a welcome home party. They were genuinely happy to see us. It seems like they kind of understand that they wronged us when we left, and they want to try to make up for it and apologize. I talked to Sean and Red individually and got that vibe that they are honestly remorseful about what they did to Forge and Delphine before we got sent down.
Okay, interesting. They've not bothered Delphine.
I've been doing my best to keep an eye on Delphine, and I've asked Forge and everyone else to kind of also keep an eye open. And as far as I'm aware, they haven't ganged up on her. They haven't approached her really. It seems like they're waiting for her to kind of approach first to start a conversation. They're not trying to push anything.
Okay. Well, last time I talked to them on the phone, they were speaking of wanting her up there to make sure she wasn't poisoning us or causing any problems.
Yeah. I don't think that's the way they truly think right now, because even before talking about the job and everything with Red, he openly admitted that what Delphine was saying and what she was trying to warn everyone up here about was she was right about it. Like, he admitted that what they did was wrong and that they wanted to remove the shame from her if the shame was still on when she came up.
Okay. And how did they come to the conclusion that she was right?
From what I know, I think they have a lot of history with Fenris, and with Delphine being openly warning and openly stating that she was seeing him around. I think it caused a lot of those negative emotions from those past experiences to come up, and they reacted very volatile to it. And with us being gone over the months, I think they realized that after having us gone and spending time to reflect on their own. Because I only know a little bit about what they kind of went through. Red told me a bit, and I know Stakes has talked about it very briefly, but it's not good history, and it's very painful for them. So having it brought up probably caused a lot of raw emotions to be brought back to the surface that they tried to bury, and they just reacted bad.
Well, you're the one down there. You're the one seeing their demeanor. So if you believe it to be so, then that's wonderful. What does concern me is if they did have a sore history in that regard, why wouldn't they take it more seriously instead of pushing the fact that she's lying? If I don't know, I can only speak as a sept leader here. If somebody was bringing something like that to my doorstep and I had potential issues with that in the past, I would take everything seriously, every bit of that information, and I would look into it thoroughly before I would say whether or not someone was lying or looking for attention. It's just not something I would do. But again, that's my concerns. But if you believe that there was a turn in demeanor, I think you're a decent judge of character. So I would say be cautious, but keep an eye out. Cautiously optimistic, I guess you could say.
Being able to read someone's character and read a situation is one of the skills that I've grown and established. So I feel like I've gotten the best read I can on the situation currently. And I can't speak for what they were doing while we were up here new and learning and being trained. I don't know how they went about investigating the situation or how they went about, discussing it behind closed doors, trying to figure out what was actually going on. I can't speak for them, but I don't know if they tried everything to figure out whether or not Delphine was correct. But I mean, when you're trying to be direct and trying to figure out concisely whether something is true or not, when you have those emotions that are coming out, you're not going to think rationally. So they probably tried, and just ultimately the emotions won and they just couldn't do it anymore.
That's fair. But we're also under the same moon. So if something isn't putting itself all together, ask more questions and make sure you're on the right track.
I agree. I've been asking a decent amount of questions since I've been up here, and I have one I want to ask you because I've been hearing a conflicting thought process than what was originally stated. Because when we were coming up here and you talked to me about this, and you talked about Delphine and them asking her to be sent up to be retried, when I talked to Red and he told me what he said, and I was reading whether or not he was telling me the truth or, trying to hide something, it seems that maybe you misconstrued what he said. Because from what he said, all they wanted to do was to have Delphine set up to be apologized. They wanted to apologize to her and remove that shame. He didn't mention anything about a retrial.
Aspen will pause for a moment. couple of things. I never said they wanted to retry her. They wanted her up there as part of the deal, as part of the trade. They never said retry. But they did say that she was poisoning us, or they thought she was poisoning us. So they wanted to have her up there to make sure that she's learned her lesson. Apology is not what that sounded like. Maybe things got misconstrued in my wording because there was no trial mentioned. But I 100% can tell you they wanted her up there to make sure she learned her lesson, not to apologize.
I mean, it could have been a misunderstanding on all of our parts, but from what I remember on the conversation, because I took notes on my pad when we were having a discussion, I wrote down specifically retrial. I remember that being a point of discussion.
We did discuss a retrial. I told you to make sure that that does not happen. If that's something they want to do, it's against the litany. It doesn't make sense. She's been tried before. Don't let that happen if that's something they try, because they wanted her up there for her to make sure she learned a lesson. That's one of the things that they could have potentially done. Did not say that that's what they were asking to do, but I wouldn't have put it out of the realm of possibility with the way that they were acting with me on the phone, that that is something they would have done, because they were acting aggressively towards the fact that they wanted Delphine up there. That I'm not misconstruing. That is absolutely what they were doing. Now, if they've had a change of heart since our phone call, then wonderful. Like I said, cautiously optimistic. But I know what I heard on that telephone, and I know what they wanted. They cared enough to have her specifically go down there for that deal, because she, quote unquote, was potentially poisoning us against them. That doesn't sound like somebody who is looking for an apology on the other side. That sounds like somebody who wants to make sure that they're not doing the same nefarious thing there here. Words can be twisted, and words can be used against someone. And that's not what I'm doing here. I wouldn't have told you that. Would have made no sense for me to tell you that there was contention there and then send you up there. If I wanted to twist my words, I would have told you that, oh, everything is fine, be on your best behavior and go and come back. It wouldn't make sense for me to twist a story or mishear.
During all that, can I roll an insight on that to see?
You don't
if
have to.
that's-
She's telling the truth.
Okay. We 100% agreed that I agree. The retrial thing is not something that could ever happen. We agreed on that point. And I wasn't privy to your guys' conversation, obviously, so I don't know exactly how he sounded, exactly how he said. But from what I'm encountering up here and what's going on, I just had to see if maybe a miscommunication happened over the phone, because
Ray,
it just doesn't seem that way to me.
You've known me for a bit of time now. Impressions can be that I maybe am cold, maybe too logical, maybe in those respects. But have you ever known me to be someone to twist my words or to misconstrue a conversation with someone?
In the few conversations we've had, it doesn't seem that way, but I mean, there's the first time for everything.
Interesting. well, take what I've said on the phone and use it if you'd like. But again, cautiously optimistic, correct?
Correct.
Is there anything else you need from me, Ray?
Nope. I will let you know what the other Seps want and if they need anything of importance.
I'll look forward to your phone call.
Understood. Then I will hang up the phone.
As you hang up the phone, you feel conflicted, to be sure. Red was genuine, and Aspen was genuine. Two truths that contradict each other. One of them has to be lying. It doesn't make sense. Now, you have a history with Red. A history that goes back to your arrival in Michigan. But that history, to be fair, was only about 9 months to a year. But also your history with Aspen has only been about 4 to 6 months. Two truths that contradict each other. Both seemingly completely genuine. So the question is, who's lying, and how much can you trust your own insight? We transition now to our next scene. Our next scene begins at a small farmhouse just outside of Hell, Michigan. It's a small 2-story house with white siding, a wooden front porch, and a big for lease sign out front with a 734 rental number on the sign. There's another sign over the front of it that's saying rented. There's shingles on the roof, green shutters framing the windows. There's a small 2-seat bench right next to the front door that has a screen door on the front. The porch has wooden railing that's painted white. There's a gravel driveway that comes up alongside of the house. And there's a rickety old barn out in the field nearby. This is the house that has been set aside for the pack. Now, the pack hasn't agreed to take the house just yet, but they've been told they can go check it out to see if it's to their liking, if it's something that they would want to use. And Forged, who is far too greedy, despite all of the progress he's made so far, has to take them up on this offer, especially after Aaron and Red both have insisted upon their staying. So how could he not go check it out? How could he not see for himself the luxury that awaits, especially after several nights of sharing a hotel room with his packmates? Could he have his own room for the first time in months? If he gets there first, he's sure gonna. So as he arrives at the house, he's gonna scope it out. He's gonna stake his own claim. He's gonna see just what awaits him within this property. But he's not alone. Because another pack member had similar thoughts. Maybe not as greedy, but just as curious. Because Juniper, having heard word that a property had been set aside, with different motives, different curiosity, came to investigate the same property, came to look in on this house, this supposed generosity from the Sept. Neither of them aware of the other's presence. They both arrive at the property and start to poke around, start to look in on the house. And as they're scouting out the property, looking around the outside, that's when they spot each other. Juniper seeing Forged, Forged seeing Juniper. Let the awkwardness begin. The scene is yours.
Looking for hidden treasure all by yourself out here?
I just kind of staring over at Juniper right now. I'm just wearing a sleeveless shirt. Doesn't actually have any design on it. It's like something you'd wear to the gym. I kind of just stare over, let out a sigh. What are you doing out here? What? Just you trying to find, secrets by yourself too?
I'm always on the hunt for more secrets.
Yeah, sure, totally. I figured you the whole thing that went, never mind. Just kind of shake my head as I look a little bit disappointed by your presence now. I'll say, well, I mean, you're already here, so I guess we could do this together if you want. I was just gonna, I don't even know why you're here, to be honest. I'm here just to get a feel for it and to have a place to stay, because I am tired of sharing that motel room with all y'all. It just gets way too cramped. And at least, having a place to stay would be pretty nice.
This is a very strange way of asking if you could be here by yourself for a few days.
Look, you gonna stick around or not? We can play these games, or you can go. I could fuck off. I don't care. What's it gonna be?
I mean, I'm not here to stick around, but I'm definitely here to check the place out.
I my jaw kind of clenched. I just look kind of frustrated, especially the heat too kicking in. I'm hot. I'm kind of pissed off. But as I kind of getting worked up, you see that I like pause for a second, close my eyes. I'll take a deep breath in through my nose, kind of exhale my mouth. I'll try and relax a little bit. I'll just say, "Look, all right, my bad. I'm just way too damn hot out here. All right, you wanna check this out together?" I know I'm trying to be not like with having the stakes and everything. I'm trying not to be as much of an ass right now. At least gotta be good for stakes. At least while we're here.
A hint of a smile appears on my face as my curly and frizzy hair sticks from the sweat. And I pause for a moment before responding to what Forged has said. Wow, I'm a little impressed. Maybe Delphine and Rory were right about you. All right, we can check it out together.
Kind of stop and think what you meant by what Rory and Delphine said about me, but I'll just kind of shake my head and say, so didn't you get like that spirit sight thing? I mean, can you like see if there's, I don't know, like spirits of snitches around here? Because apparently everywhere we go, there's snitches.
I mean, yes, I was actually going to do that in just a moment before I saw you. So perfect timing, really. And I would like to activate penumbral senses.
Okay. So as you center yourself, doing as you were taught, taking a deep breath, projecting your senses outward, go ahead and make the roll and let me know how many successes you get.
What rage am I at right now?
I would say you're at a rage 2. You've probably been a little on edge ever since you and Stakes parted ways awkwardly.
Four successes with a crit.
Okay. So closing your eyes, taking that deep centering breath as you open them again with that photo negative blur, you do see beyond. Now, this house was built in the 60s. And while that doesn't seem very old in the grand scheme of things, it's old enough to have an impression on the Umbra. It's old enough to have left a lasting impression beyond. So you can see the make-work structure in the spirit world. You can see it made of the webs of the weaver. As you look beyond, nothing seems out of place. Nothing seems unusual. Everything is built, everything is just so. There is a spiritual presence, but that's not unexpected. There are spirits of nature around in the fields. There are spirits of air blowing past. There are spirits in the earth down below. But there don't seem to be any spirits that seem to be particularly watchful or on guard. None that seem out of place, none that seem alerted to your presence or particularly aware of you. You've been taught to expect to see spirits every time you look into the Umbra, because spirits are everywhere. This is their domain. They represent every living thing. So you don't see anything that would be off-putting or unusual when you look to the other side at this point.
Oh, let's see. Nope, nothing strange there. I continue like looking around and doing a 360. Nope. Outside of being cool as fuck to look at as usual, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Not even a black wolf watching us from afar.
Just kind of, I'll nod to that. I kind of pause for a second, and I will then look back over. What? And random question here. Why the hell did you get that ability? Like, I guess, gift or whatever. I mean, Delphine can do it, right? So I mean, why do you need to do it?
Is Delphine here with us right now?
Well, not, obviously not, but it's the idea that, I don't know, I figured the spirit stuff would be her shit. I mean, that's I thought theurages are all about, talking to spirits and whatever.
Well, ever since I became a guru, as you know, the spirits are always watching idea has been hammered into our heads pretty hard. And as I'm sure you can agree, sometimes we do things that we don't want to be watched doing. like us both being here, for example. So, wouldn't it be nicer if you could see what was watching you instead of just always not knowing?
Nod, as I say. I mean, you got a point there, though. I mean, you kind of remind me of Delphine in a way. Both pretty shady people, ain't gonna lie, but I mean, I respect it.
Delphine's not really shady so much as she's depressed and doing drugs and can't stop herself.
I mean, hey, you guys at least have something in common. Or I don't know about you as much anymore. Back when you were, Junie pressed. It's more now. You're more
I'm sorry,
Juna
what?
pissed. Juna pressed,
What?
like depressed, but Juna pressed. And now you're more Juna pissed.
I just blink at Forged. You do know we're the only two people here, and nobody would find you, right?
That's what I'm saying. Juna pissed. You are really embodying it right now. But it is funny to think that you would win, though. I don't see an axe on you, so you got less of a chance right now.
I don't need an axe to thoroughly kick your ass, Forged. And I do not appreciate nicknames. You can call me Juniper. If I have to respect your new name, you can respect the one I want to go by.
Whatever. I mean, I'm just playing. God. I'm just trying to play around. I'm just trying to have a little laugh. And I'll start walking towards the door now. Just, you know how to pick a lock?
I would say you actually have the keys.
Oh, hey.
You were
Actually,
invited to go and check it out, so.
I will not say that. Instead, I will walk up to the door with the keys and start, slotting them in. I'll just say, but actually, I'll just kind of just not. Or, sorry, I'll just turn the keys and open the door.
Okay, so as you unlock the door and you walk inside, it's a very modest farmhouse home. It was built in the 60s, but it does look like it has been modernized. The house is furnished pleasantly, and a lot of the furnishings have been updated over time and modernized, but it still has wood paneled flooring. It's very, very pleasant to be in. One of the things that stands out is the artwork that is on the walls. Photographs seem to be all over the walls, hung in various locations on the walls. Beautiful landscapes, some of animals. Very, very artistically taken photographs. In fact, on some of the walls, it looks like the photographs even tell a story of their very own. From one photograph to the next in various sizes. In the back, there's a kitchen with a back door that leads out to a back porch and a nice sitting area with a fire pit outside. There's a dining room in one area, another sitting room, and then stairs that lead upstairs, and then others that lead down to a cellar below.
I look around as I'm walking in, relieved to be out of the heat outside. I'll kind of look at the photographs. Man, this shit kind of reminds me of what's his name? Nerdy dude. Kind of reminded me of like Bob Ross. He was like here before, like something with an S, right? Sean, that was his name. Sean. It reminds me of this dude. You have like a camera or something? Or no, it's not Sean. What was it? I can't remember his name. I kind of like look around, just confused.
Uh, I don't know. You kind of lost me with that one.
You don't remember him? The dude had a camera. That was like his like a thing. He was the Rory would have talked to that guy. Fuck, Rory here, she would know. Dude, the Galliard. He was. I remember that.
Uh, oh fuck. I just kind of like rub my hand against my forehead, trying to remember. Um, you thinking about Rick?
Oh yeah, I think that's his name. I mean, probably. I know that like I haven't really seen him around here so far, but I mean, this would remind me of, I don't know, just all these photos and whatever.
Hmm. Yeah, I can see where you put that together. I'll start wandering around myself and um I'll open the door that ends up leading into the cellar.
You actually see that there's a padlock hanging from the door that leads to the cellar.
I will stare at the padlock on the door leading to the cellar, kind of dumbfounded. Uh, hey, Forged. You
Yeah,
think
what's
that this
up?
is sus?
I'll walk
Because I'm
over.
pretty sure that this is sus.
I'll just walk over, see the padlock to the cellar. Just, I mean, I don't know. Just a lock to a cellar. That doesn't seem that sus to me. I mean, why don't you go ahead and break it? I mean, if you're so sussed about it, let's see you open it.
No, I remember what happened when the last time you tried to break into a locked door. I'm just gonna chalk this up as a sus thing and just leave it at that before we completely fuck this mission up.
I mean, if we're allowed to be here, I'm sure it's not a problem. But whatever.
Yeah, since we're allowed to be here and technically allowed to be checking it out, then I should be allowed to ask them why this door to the cellar is padlocked the next time I see them.
You could, or you could just go see right now what it is.
I feel like you're trying to purposefully fuck up the mission.
No, I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. You know, miss staring at TV in the middle of the night.
What's wrong with watching TV at night?
You know what I'm talking about. That weird shit you were trying to do, trying to get me to go to that place.
You mentioned that there was treasure, and I offered to go with you and check it out. You seemed like you needed some motivation, so I tried to help you.
Kind of
What did,
pause.
what did you think was happening?
I like turned away a little bit, but I just kind of stopped, like turned away, and kind of turned my head a little bit back towards you as there's a moment where I look like my mouth opens, I'm look like about to say something, I look pissed, and then I stop myself. And I'll just let out a long sigh. They'll say, "Okay, Juniper, come on. I know it's not entirely your fault, but God damn it, we need to like chill out at least for now. I just kind of I'll turn over to look at Juniper now, just trying to be less tense, actually having a look of like sincerity on my face. I'll say, look, I got shit going on right now, especially apparently Delphine's going through some crazy shit right now. I'm trying to figure that out. And, you know, we got stakes going on, and you know, getting upset with us fighting all the time. We need to at least try and chill out.
What? What are you talking? This is the most we've gotten along ever. I thought that this is us chilling out right now.
No, whenever you do that shit, it pisses me off. I don't know why, but it just whenever you, just joking around, just acting like you're the shit, it just makes me piss. I'm not sure why, but I'm trying to not be as pissed at you.
Okay, but I am a little confused as to what exactly you're talking about right now. I'm not acting like I'm the shit or anything. I was just telling you the truth about that night. Are you talking about what I just said about that night?
It's that tone you take. You do it so often where you talk like you're better than everyone else in the room, and it gets really fucking annoying at times whenever you start talking like you know what we need to do or what's right or what's wrong, and it's just frustrating as hell, especially with that night when you started talking all this crazy shit about how you're gonna go murder Spud. It's annoying. And you're doing it now, talking about how you're talking like I'm the idiot and like you're the only one that knows what's going on or knew what was actually happening.
Okay. Well, I feel like on my side, I was just saying that I wasn't being creepy and I was just genuinely trying to give you motivation that night. I was just tired because it was so late. Um, as far as the whole situation with Spud, I'm not going to apologize because I thought our purpose was to, get rid of leeches, and going from our purpose is to get rid of leeches and a whole bunch of other shit to suddenly, yep, we've been working with this leech this whole time and it's fine, guys. It's fine, really. Oh, and, he sells drugs to one of your pack members, but, that's fine. Like, I don't really feel like me being upset and wanting to kill the guy is like too much.
So you think that getting upset and murdering someone because you're upset is not too much? Like, do you understand what you're saying right now? Like, I get that we're like fighting for Earth and everything, but like, bro,
Okay.
we're not all just
Okay.
murderers now.
First of all, it's not just like some random person in the road that I was upset about. Like, this is an actual, like, leech. This is a vampire that we're talking about that is selling drugs, that is actively ruining a packmate's life, like selling drugs to her, and is a leech. Something that we have been taught since day one to eradicate. I had an emotional reaction to something that I had been taught to eradicate a supernatural force that I had just found out that the pack and the sept that we're staying with is working with, despite they themselves saying to eradicate them.
I don't see you going out patrolling the streets to kill leeches. I don't see you having this grand crusader cause against leeches or these other supernatural threats. It just feels like she had her shit and you got upset that because you found out about that shit at last, or that you didn't know about it until now.
Can both of you roll me a composure and resolve check, please?
Has my
What
rage
rage am
gone
I
up
at?
at all during it?
That's what we're going to find out.
I see.
What's my rage at right now?
I would say it's also a 2.
One success.
Okay.
I got 2 successes.
Both of you go up to rage 3. And both of you take a willpower damage. You feel heat start to roil in your gut. You start to feel the hair stand up on the back of your neck. You start to feel that burning in the back of your throat. Continue.
Excuse me, you don't see me? You don't see. Of course you're not gonna fucking see me, Forged. You're too fucking busy fucking off, doing whatever the fuck you want, and thinking that you're on this like grand journey of finding emotional intelligence, apparently, that women learned when they were 10 years old. Okay? So you're busy with your own shit. You have no fucking idea what I have been through and what I have been doing. Because I've actually been doing the work of Gaia. Thank you very much.
What's the work of Gaia? Why don't you tell me then? I'm right here. We're standing here right now. Why don't you tell me what's your grand quest spirit been? What you been doing? Because clearly no one else. Who else knows? Have anyone else been told? Anyone else seen it?
Yeah. They have. And I just smile real wild.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You're weird. And you know what? It pisses me off, especially with Delphine. Both you and Delphine seem to have this allergy to taking accountability and apologizing for shit. It's so annoying because I have to sit here and constantly apologize for the shit I've done, and I get told that I need to be the one to be the bigger person, and yet here I try to be the bigger person, and here I try to do good, and yet I'm still getting shit on for it. What do you want? Should I just not apologize in the first place? Should I just keep doing what I'm doing? Because clearly it's not good enough for you. Apparently this whole emotional journey that I'm going through is just something that everyone else been learned about since they were 10, whatever. I don't have to do this shit, but I'm trying to be better. I'm fucking trying. What more do you want from me?
Bro, you literally just came out of the woodworks, out of nowhere, telling me that I piss you off because I wouldn't knock this door down. Like, that's my perspective just now. It's like you're getting all up on me because I wouldn't knock the door down. And then started like going off on me about my behavior, and when I'm just sitting here like, you wanted to go do something, I was trying to motivate you. You took it weird, and now you're like spewing off on some shit that I like view myself as better than everybody else because of a tone that I have in my voice. Over a door, a padlocked door, and I point to it that I wouldn't open because I'm not trying to make the same mistake that was made when we were first here.
You know that's not why this started. You know that for a fact, that this is not why that started. And you can just, if you want to keep going like this and keep pushing what you think is going on and pushing what you want to say is going on, fine. Whatever. We can keep doing this fucking bullshit over and over, but you know what? I'm kind of tired of this shit. I'm tired of being pissed off at you. Why I'm trying to talk to you about it, because I am trying to not be pissed because I got told I should talk about this shit. If you know what? You can keep doing this shit. I'm not going to try and force you to be better. I'm not trying to change you. But when I constantly keep getting pissed when I'm trying to be better, don't. I just kind of pause for a second. I imagine like my hands on like a couch that just squeeze really hard. I just let out a sigh. Just whatever. Just doesn't even matter. And I'll just walk over to the padlock as I'll start trying to yank it open.
Give me a strength and athletics.
That is 2, but with a brutal. So I think that's a 6 total then?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, it's 4. If it's 2 successes, it turns to 4. But yeah, it snaps
Oh,
open.
2 successes outside of the...
Oh, okay. Yeah, then it breaks off in your hand. Yeah, you twist off the lock easily enough and pull it off the door. It's unlocked.
Why did you just do that? Why did you? We weren't gonna do that. I was gonna. Why did you just do that?
I don't even say anything. I just kind of look over and just open it as I start looking down into it.
There's a set of wooden stairs that lead down into the cellar down below. It is dark down at the bottom of the stairs, but there is a light switch right next to the staircase.
Is my penumbral senses still activated for this?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
I'll just start walking down the stairs, turn on the lights, and start walking down.
Okay.
God fucking damn it, Forged. I will follow after and look around.
As you head down to the bottom of the stairs, what you find is a makeshift photography studio. A backdrop, a tripod, photography equipment, a lot of it boxed up in crates off to the side. But it does look like there is a makeshift photography studio set up down here. In fact, there's a banner off to one side that says Rick Rogers Photography.
Just walk down, like take a look around though. Wait, this... God damn it. Is this Rick's like place? What the fuck? They just... I guess he might have rented this place out while he's gone, I guess, but I don't know why I have this shit boxed up. I'll actually go over and start rummaging through. In my head, I'm rummaging through because I want to find something valuable to potentially sell, but maybe easy to steal away.
Okay, give me a wits and investigation.
Would my my bow and gnar adding a die to find something lost or overlooked apply?
Sure.
Is it wits and investigation? All right.
I would also like to look around and keep an eye on Forged at the same time. I am looking for, I don't know, some reason as to why all of this stuff is here, getting boxed up. This is very confusing.
I got a 6 with a crit.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a... I mean, you can also roll the wits and investigation there, Juniper.
As I'm looking around, I'll also say, and look at you, coming down to follow after me, just like Delphine, huh? Guess I'm just back in my old ways. Some things never change.
Why are you doing this? What is this right now? And just gesture at him vaguely.
I'm just tired of this shit. I'm gonna go do my stuff, and if you want to be around for it, you can. But I'm just tired of fighting you all the time, and I'm tired of having to... I'm just tired of being pissed, okay? That's all I feels like lately. I'm mad all the time, especially ever since becoming a fucking werewolf. That's all I feel, and apparently that's not the thing I'm supposed to be feeling all the time. I'm supposed to be reasonable. I'm supposed to be a nicer guy, and yet I'm trying to be there for Delphine, because Delphine got her fucking parents murked, and I gotta figure out I want to help find out who did it. And I just kind
Oh.
of sigh.
And what did you get there, Juniper?
I got 2 successes and a brutal outcome.
Okay. So, since it was a look around, what are your verbs and adverbs?
Cleverly, provocatively, or subtly avenge, dismantle, or demolish. I would like to argue for subtly dismantling the mystery of why all of this stuff is down here in a house that they have said they're renting out for us without mentioning that it's Rick's place.
You can't dismantle a mystery.
Look, demolish the mystery surrounding the situation. Oh, come on.
No,
Come on.
absolutely not. No. You can
I tried.
demolish the room.
No. I don't think that's exactly what we're supposed to be doing right now.
But instead, you can get a compulsion. And I think your compulsion is going to be...
No, that's okay. We don't have to go with that one.
radicalism. The character begins to see the world in black and white. The time for action has come. Either you actively fight for Gaia or you are part of the problem. The compulsion brings the werewolf to motivate, intimidate, or cajole those around them to further the guru's cause, regardless of any consequences. Any actions not pushing others to fight for the guru's cause right here and now are made at a 2 dice penalty. The compulsion ends when another person in the scene acts based on the character's pressuring or when the scene ends.
So why are you so angry all the time, Forged?
Forged. Meanwhile, in your rifling, you are opening boxes, you are sifting through crates. There are a lot of personal belongings here. There are clothes, there are stashes of photo albums and other things that probably were upstairs before, but got moved down here to make the house available for renters. But there's also probably some pretty pricey and expensive photographing equipment, film and camera parts, a variety of cameras. And then there's a metal box off in the far corner. Small metal box. Like a lock box that seems to be buried at the bottom of other boxes. And it is locked.
You
It
asked
looks
that
like a
question.
small bank box, like the size of a small bank box.
You asked that question. I'm kneeled down in front of this box right now as my attention is caught on this box. As I'll run my kind of hand on it, kind of looking over it. I give it a little shake, see if I can hear anything in it.
You do hear a heavy rattle inside. A scraping and a rattling.
I kind of hear that. I nod to myself. I just stand up with it in hand. As I'll look back. What were you saying? I'm taking this shit with me, by the way. This shit looks, I don't know, something probably expensive in here.
Nope, I do not think that that's a good idea or helpful to our mission in any way, shape, or form.
Well, that's tough luck. I'm taking it. I mean,
Do you want another nice little stinky braid of shame? Do you want us to completely fail this fucking mission and let the entire world evolve, just fucking erupt into chaos and Gaia to die? All because you couldn't just leave one single black box alone?
I don't give a fuck, Juniper. I really do not give a fuck right now about what you have to say anymore. I've tried being nice to you. I've tried to talk to you about shit, but clearly it's not working. So I
No, I'm
don't
not
care.
I'm not coming at you like I'm better than you. I'm coming at you person to person, just blunt as fuck. We cannot risk what we are doing here. It is way too important. Gaia fucking needs us. I'm coming at you not because I think I'm better than you or anything. I know what it's like to have a compulsion that is very hard to stop, Forged. But the mission and us protecting Gaia and figuring this shit out is way more important than any of that. I haven't even fed my own fucking shit the entire time we've been here because of it. If you put that box down, I'll tell you who murdered Delphine's parents. And why.
I will kind of look very skeptical right now. Just, okay. I guess I just kind of put it down slowly. Just, I really don't know why you're so fucking hungover with this, but sure. What do you know then, huh? You know some secret facts, some secret truth here?
Let's go upstairs and we'll talk about it.
No, you can tell me it here. Right now. Come on.
I understand. I don't want us to be caught dead to rights in this basement. All we have to go do is just go up into the living room. Just get out of this room. I'll even shake your hand on it.
I just shake my head. You can tell me it here. If it's so important, you have this important information, you can tell me it right here.
The living room. That's my final offer.
I pick the box back up. I'll start walking.
I attempt to take it out of his hands.
All right. Opposing strength and brawl checks.
I got 5.
I got 3 and another brutal outcome.
Okay, so that makes it 7. So she wrenches the box from your hands, and in doing so, also manages to pull you over with it, smashing you to the floor, doing 2 points of superficial damage to you as you hit the ground with the impact, pulling the box from your hands. You are now at rage 4.
I fucking told you. The goddamn living room. Why do you have to make this so fucking difficult? This is me actually fucking attempting to treat you like a person and prove to you that I don't see you as any lesser. Why are you now making this difficult?
I'm currently just still laying on the ground. Like imagine right now, like kind of face down on the ground, just breathing very deeply. As my hand kind of goes up, I kind of pushing myself a little bit. I stop, kind of slam my fist into the ground. As I'm gonna shift into Krynos.
Okay. Give me the 2 rage checks.
One pass, so I go to rage 3 as I'm like shifting, just my face snarling in rage. As
Do you want a frenzy?
I don't think I'm a frenzy. No, I'm
Okay.
just incredibly pissed as I will just say the words "shut up" as I'm shifting, and then I'm gonna charge directly at her.
Okay. So as you grow larger and covered in fur, your maw elongating, full of razor sharp teeth, you charge. Juniper, what would you like to do?
Sorry, I'm just taking a moment to just rub my forehead. I watch him turn into fucking Krynos form. Sigh, shake my head. God, you are such a fucking idiot. And I will also turn into Krynos.
Okay, make the
And-
2 rage checks.
Yeah. I will attempt to grapple him.
Okay, both of you are at a -2 dice penalty as you are both changing as you are both attacking. So make your strength and brawl checks as you are both attacking, but you are, again, -2 dice penalty from change sickness.
I will say that I did pass both rage checks.
Okay.
I will spend a willpower. I got a 9 with a crit.
I would also like to spend a willpower. I only got a 6 with a crit.
Are you using claws or teeth?
I'm using my claws, which also do an additional, I believe, 1 more damage to make sure, because I have the razor claws gift.
Did you activate it?
It's free. It activates for free whenever you're in Krynos.
Ah, okay.
Is it possible for me to still activate Raging Strike?
Yes, you would have. Yeah, I mean, you can.
I passed my rage check and I get +2 on a brawl attack, which is what I'm doing.
I'd say going forward, though, declare it before you roll, just so you're not determining it based off of the success rating.
I apologize. Yeah,
okay.
I apologize. I am also going to be using claws.
Okay. So how many successes did you get total?
I got 6 with a crit because the glory goes to the damage, right?
Okay. And how many did you get there?
9 with a crit.
Okay. So you succeeded, meaning you beat by 3 +1, so that gets halved. So Juniper, take 2 superficial damage. That's already halved. Next round, declare your intentions. You are both locked up, but Forged has gotten the upper hand as the claws rake into the fur and flesh, tearing it open, wounds ripping across your skin. Your clothes have now both ripped off, leaving shredded fabric on the ground. Next round.
My goal here is essentially to grab Juniper and just throw them across the basement and just continue raking at them with claws as I just, at this point, so tired of holding back everything all the time and trying to hold back the rage. But at this point, it's just, I'm exhausted with it. I'm done with it.
Oh, Juniper, you are at rage 4 now, too.
Yeah, I figured. My intention is to gain back the upper hand and start dragging his ass up the stairs into the living room.
Okay, give me another strength and brawl. Although I will say this staircase might not be able to hold the weight of 2 Krynos werewolves, as it is a wooden staircase.
Okay. Then my intent is going to just be like putting him down and incapacitating him, even if that means breaking his goddamn fucking arms just to get him to stop swinging it and fighting. Like, just incapacitate him.
Strength and brawl.
Yes. Also, I did read up on Raging Strike, and it's bonus dice to my roll equal to my glory.
Then go for it.
I'm going to do a rage check for that, and I passed.
Strength and brawl for both of you.
Got my result is at 11 with a crit. Also, if I remember correctly, the Razor Claws, because I think Claws for Krynos is +3, so it just make my +3 into a +4.
Okay.
It's only half
oh, yeah, then that's... Sorry, that's an additional point of superficial damage to you, Juniper. I didn't do the +3 for Claws.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Take an additional point of superficial damage to your health. I did not account for the +3 claws.
I got 10 with a brutal outcome.
Did you account that to your successes in the 10, or is that 10 plus the brutal outcome?
It's plus the brutal outcome, because the brutal outcome counts as like critical success, correct?
Right. So you included that in the total of the 10, or okay.
Yes.
So you're 1 short of the okay.
Yeah.
So that would mean another I'm on top. Okay, so you take another 3 points of superficial damage as you are hurled across the room, shattering several of the crates and hitting the concrete wall. Cracks starting to form in the foundation of the concrete wall.
As I'm like struggling to get back up and bleeding, I look over to Forged and just kind of like mangledly like roar out, "Is this what you wanted? Beating the shit out of your pack members for trying to do the right thing? For trying to stop us for getting in trouble again? Does this make you feel good, Forged?"
I stand there, kind of standing over, as I will just go to grab at Juniper's throat, and I will just bark out the words, "Yield."
Next round, declare your intentions. But are you going to attack again?
I'm attacking until Juniper gives up.
I am going to continue to try and just incapacitate him. I'm not going to yield.
Strength and brawl.
I'm going to do Raging Strike again. I got a brutal on the die.
For the rage check?
For the rage check, yeah.
So that's a failure, so you lose a rage.
Using another willpower. I don't have a lot of these, but hey, I can spare a thumb. Another 11 with a crit.
I would like to spend a willpower.
Okay.
I just got a 12 with a crit.
Okay. So, as Forged, you go to reach for her throat, she instead grabs your arms, planting a foot into your chest and pulling you back over her head, slamming your back into the wall, further cracking the concrete, but also sending a crack up your back, doing 2 points of superficial physical damage to you. Next round.
At this point, as I kind of get hit, like, I kind of still, I imagine I'm having to crouch a bit in here because this is a very, basement, and I'm a large Krynos war form. And I'll just snarl as I stare at you for a few moments before I'm actually going to shift out of Krynos as I start like walking towards the box, shrinking, as I will go to essentially take the box and start trying to walk out, just clearly pissed and not wanting to continue this pointless bullshit.
Okay, if you shift out of Krynos, you will drop down to a rage 1. You will be naked. But if you want to do that, you can do that.
Did I let go of his arm?
If you are still grappling, no.
Yeah, I still have his arm.
Then no.
Oh, okay. I mean, if we're still in a grapple, then I would obviously break free of the grapple first, then go for the box, then just leave.
Okay, then let's do another strength and brawl opposing check to see if you can wrestle free first, and then we'll resolve that.
Boy, time to spend my last willpower. Woo, last superficial. I got a 13 with a crit.
Okay.
I should say double crit.
I will also spend a willpower. That's 10 with a crit.
Okay. So, as your intention was to break free and to not... Well, I guess you would probably shove her back, break free and shove back. So 13 versus 10, so that'd be 3 plus 4 more. So that'd be 7 halved. So 4 points of superficial damage to you, Juniper, as he breaks the grapple and shoves you back before shifting down out of Krynos form and walking over to pick up the box and start heading towards the stairs. Forged, you are at 1 rage now, and again, you are naked. Any damage obviously shifts out of the Krynos boxes into your regular health.
Don't you fucking dare take that box and ruin everything. And I will attempt to run after him.
Okay. Are you going to try and attack again?
Yes, I'm still in Krynos.
Yeah. So you can attempt to dodge or attack, or how would you like to do this?
Can I try and hair's leap up the stairs? Because I know that I imagine the stairway maybe is a little too confined for our Krynos to get through. So I imagine my goal here essentially is try and jump up these stairs where Juniper could not follow.
Sure. Yeah, roll your hair's leap roll in kind of opposition to her attack.
I'm gonna do Raging Strike again, and I pass.
I'm gonna spend a rage real quick. I need to roll a rage check, sorry. And I pass. Woo! That could have been really bad. All right. That is 7 with a crit.
$11 with a double crit.
Okay. Are you using claws or teeth claws still?
I am using claws, yes, and
Okay.
I'm still trying to incapacitate him.
Okay. So 7 versus 11. So that is 4 plus 3, 7. So as you attempt to leap up the stairs, she slams into the side of you with her claws, driving you away from the staircase, doing 4 points of superficial damage to you as she rakes the claws over you. You are not successful in getting up the stairs, but are instead knocked further into the basement.
I mentioned. Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead, but I would like to state an intention afterwards.
Okay.
As I kind of get batted back down, looking back to Juniper, who's still in Krynos, as I'll just say, I had enough of this. It's over. I could have killed you if I wanted to. I could have knocked you out if I wanted to, but I didn't. I was showing you that this whole time I've been holding the fuck back on all of you, no matter what I've been doing. I could go roid out and take out any of you, but I don't. Because you know why? For some unfucking known reason, I sort of care about you guys enough to not want to murder all of you. So, go. You know what? If you want to show otherwise, I guess you can come over here and murder me now. If you're gonna stay in your Krynos, you're gonna go crazy. You can try and explain that to everyone else, talking about how Juniper runs over and murders someone else again, because clearly that's all you've shown you'd be good at. All you've shown you want to do is just murder shit all the time.
How in the actual fuck are you turning this around on me again? You literally just fucking whacked the fuck out on me and turned into Krynos form of your own fucking volition, and I want to just fucking take a clawed hand and just fucking push him back.
Juniper, give me a composure and resolve.
Yeah.
If I need to, I can activate odious aroma in order to potentially try and keep her away.
That's a whopping 1 success and brutal outcome again.
Juniper frenzies. Roll me an attack.
If I see that Juniper is charging at me, I know it's probably not very likely, but I can try and transform into Krynos again, as I've just pissed off that, god damn it, of course she loses her shit, and I'm the one that has to keep control of mine.
You can try, but you only have 1 rage.
I have a question. When I'm frenzying, can I still use Raging Strike, or is it just like a straight up attack?
I think if you're raging, you don't get gifts, more correctly. Yeah, I made it. I made the 2 rage.
You cannot.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And if I remember correctly, if I know, because I know how to be, being a werewolf, if I knock Juniper full of aggravated, they won't die, right? They would just be,
Correct.
unless I do, okay, yeah, then gonna give them a big old smack. I'm actually gonna take an aggravated superficial or aggravated willpower damage to reroll. Like 12 with a double crit. This also includes the -2 dice for shifting.
Okay, and what'd you get, Juniper?
1 second. I got 9 with a brutal.
Oh,
and a
your
crit.
rage is 5, by the way, now, as you were frenzying. You spiked to 5.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I rolled all 5 of them.
Okay. And you cannot use willpower in any way also in frenzy.
Nope, this was just straight
Okay, so you
Straight
got
up roll.
9.
with
And-
a brutal and a crit.
All right, and what did you get? You got
12.
12 with the 2 dice penalty.
Double crit.
Okay. And how many dice do you have to roll?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because I would normally have 12, but -2 would be 10.
Okay, so as she charges at you, you shift into your Krynos form, grabbing her and kind of suplexing her backwards over you, doing... So that's 9, 12. 4 points of superficial damage. Next round, attack again.
technically I should have one less dice. Sorry, because I forgot that I was impaired. I should have been impaired because of full superficial right now. Actually, no, I'm not full superficial. Never mind, because I have Krynos health bar.
Oh, you have a full physical health bar?
I was until when I shifted back into normal, but now I have the extra Krynos health bar to pad me out.
Can I still regenerate during a frenzy or no?
Nobody can regenerate this fight.
Oh, wow. Oh, jeez. Okay.
That's ominous. I'm not going to take another aggravated willpower damage because that would be Cowabunger's. I got 8 successes. No crit.
I got 11 and a double crit this time. What the fuck?
Okay. So as she gets back to her feet, Juniper bites. As she bites, she does trying to remember what the bonus on the bite is.
I believe it's +1.
4 points of aggravated damage.
My Krynos fell apart. That's right. It goes after my, so if I remember correctly, Krynos adds on top of it. So it would first go for my filled up ones, and then my Krynos would be last, right? Or forget how that works.
Whatever you have empty is filled first with aggravated.
Yeah, so I had 1, 2, 3, 4 health boxes left of superficial, and now my 4 empty Krynos. So my 4.
Well, they're just immediately filled with aggravated.
The superficial or the Krynos?
Whatever is empty becomes ag immediately, and then whatever's left with superficial will be filled next.
Okay, yep. So I have 4 superficial left.
Okay, so you are impaired now, right?
Yep.
Okay. Next round.
Is Juniper impaired?
Is your health filled?
I have 5 superficial boxes left, and one of my health boxes has an aggro in it.
Okay, so you are impaired as well. Yep. All right, attack again. So with the impaired rolls, you guys are rolling with a negative.
I'm currently immune to impairment because I'm in a frenzy.
That's right.
That's what I was reading. That's why it took me a second to roll my dice.
I got 9 with a crit.
I just got 10 with a brutal.
Okay. So that would be another 2 points of aggravated damage to Forged. As she continues to bite down, ripping and rending the flesh.
All right. At this point, I'm just trying to fend her off, get her to at least calm down, or I guess have to knock her into submission because I can't just run away from her.
Fuck off. You started this whole fucking thing. Fuck off.
I remember correctly, taking a stain for willpower, is that Hirano or Hog loss?
That is Hoglosk.
And when can I do that? At any point, or is it, can I do it when in reaction to a roll?
You can do that at any point.
Okay, just keeping that in mind.
Okay. Another attack.
I am going to spend my another aggravated willpower damage. This is not my time. Not a great time for low willpower players. I got 9.
$11 with a crit and another brutal. What?
Okay. That would be 3 aggravated.
All right, that would fill me out.
Okay. As Forged goes down, shifting back into his human form, Juniper, I need you to make me another composure and resolve check.
Three successes.
High or low?
Hi.
Staring down at the incapacitated body of Forged from Failure, Juniper starts to eat. As she is taking mouthfuls of the meat of Forged from Failure, the black wolf appears. Yes. Yes. Good. Good. I knew you had it in you. I knew you. The wolf then starts to choke and freeze in place and turn to stone. As it slowly turns to stone, it eventually turns a solid gray. Before shattering into many pieces. In its wake, there is the Gorgon. You silly bitch. You get 1. Do this again, and I can't help you. She turns all of her tendrils towards you, and the snakes bore into your eyes, and you find yourself freezing in place, a mouthful of meat hanging off your tongue. Paralyzed. Go to sleep, silly girl. And your vision goes black. We transition now to our next scene. Delphine, ever since you've arrived in Hell, you've had a sneaking suspicion that something isn't right. And honestly, it hasn't been sneaking. It's been pretty obvious. Something hasn't been right. You don't trust these people. You don't trust that they've reformed. You don't trust that all is well. And you need proof. You need to prove to everyone else that they aren't what they say they are. You need to prove that Fenris is back, that Fenris never left, that these Sept elders are corrupted. So you're looking for signs. You head out into the woods, scouring the Umbra and the land both for anything, any signs of the wolf, any signs or proof that something is amiss. But it'd be foolish to go alone. And Ray has insisted that everyone goes in pairs if they're going to go traveling or scouting. So, Rory has agreed to accompany you on this particular outing, and as she has been one for going out in the woods, hunting, and traversing, it's good to have her by your side. She's good at tracking, and she's got a keen eye for spotting the unseen. So on this particular excursion, deep into the woods surrounding Hell, the trees, spotting the landscape, providing the backdrop, the scene is yours.
Delphine will smack the side of her neck as a mosquito just tries to bite her and is disgusted by how sweaty and sticky it is as she separates her hand from her neck. It's so much hotter down here than it is in Florida, and she's not helping herself by just constantly wearing layers, but layers is all she's got. And she'll look at Rory and just kind of sigh a little bit. I still don't understand how people can just do this for fun.
Today she's sporting something more like an underarm shirt, like long sleeves, but they're rolled up because even with the moisture wicking material, she's also feeling very sweaty and gross. The usual cargo pants, hiking boots, fanning herself with her baseball cap a little bit as she pulls out a bottle of water and hands it over to Delphine. You get used to it, but normally there's seasons that are better than others. This is just brutal.
Yeah, but it's a good thing global warming's a myth, she'll say very sarcastically.
And she'll chuckle at that and motion around them. I know, right? Look at all the snow on the ground. Global warming ain't a thing. It's just all that propaganda.
Totally. And she'll as we're wandering around, I will go ahead and spend the willpower to just activate penumbral senses, just to have it up during the scene.
Okay, go ahead and make the roll for me, just as a general sense, as you're wandering through the woods, checking both sides.
And would I be at 2 rage or?
Yeah, I would say you're at
Okay.
2. Yeah.
Would I also be at 2 rage?
No, I think you're at 1. You're convinced that all is well. This is just a nice jaunt in the woods. She's the paranoid one.
Speaking of paranoid, do you also need me to roll for my drugs?
I do. We need to see how your drugs are doing.
Also, just so we note, I did spend a willpower and I got 3 successes on my penumbral senses, just so we have that recorded.
Yep.
It's composure and resolve for my drugs, right?
Yes.
This time I did much better. It was 5 with a crit.
Okay, you are still maintaining a decent supply.
The conversation with Charles helped.
So as you're scanning the woods, at first, you're not seeing anything unusual. The wild is very much present. It is very lush and full and alive. The spirits are plentiful and seemingly happy, going about their business. I would like you to roll a wits and investigation.
Three successes.
As you are walking in the trees on the umbral side, eventually you spot what appear to be makeshift talismans made out of wood hanging from branches, hung at even distances throughout the bawn. If you'd like, you can roll an intelligence and occult to see if you can garner anything from them.
Does my Umbra specialty
Sure.
come into play?
Yeah.
Woo, that would be 4 successes.
They actually look to be spirit wards.
So Rory will see Delphine just like looking at the trees, but kind of with like a very unfocused, far away look in her eye, as if she's focusing on something that is not there. Just like it's a 1,000-yard stare, not something that would be perceivable by her. And she'll just furrow her brow as she's staring. Huh.
Maury will follow her gaze in that direction to see if she can see anything.
They seem to be like protective talismans meant to repel specific spirits.
They're on the the material.
No, on
side
the
too?
Umbra.
Okay.
You see something?
Yeah, there's talismans in place on the branches. And they're wards. A lot. I would imagine that the Sept down in Tampa has a few of them, right?
Similar.
Eliza. Yeah.
Similar, yes.
Eliza, she's made some that are similar to this.
Huh, interesting. And she'll kind of just shrug and look around, even though she can't see them.
How have you been doing here?
I've been managing and adjusting. How about you? I know, you weren't too keen on this.
What gave that away?
You don't need to have a PhD to know,
Yeah. This is honestly the first time I've been in here since that weird ass party.
Yeah, Ray filled me in a bit about on that. You mind giving me your perspective on it? I kind of figured, well, how his was gonna go, but
My perspective is going to be biased if you want a biased perspective.
I'm willing to listen. I wouldn't be asking for it if I didn't want to know.
I was uncomfortable. I was dreading the drive up. I was dreading every moment leading up to the drive. And all the tension that and anxiety and everything that I left behind here came crashing right back into me. And I felt like uncomfortable. I felt itchy in my own skin. I didn't want to be there. It was like I don't know, it's like when you throw a baby shower for someone who's a surrogate. You're not keeping the baby once it's done. So it's weird that you had a party for them to begin with. They kicked me and Forged out. I was expecting them to just be the same. And I don't know. I don't trust it. I just don't. People can change, but not that quickly.
She's gonna nod intently and, like, try and focus on each thing Delphine is saying. I get that. But, you do realize we're not like normal folk. Our timeline is a little bit more expedited. And she'll kind of lean up against a tree and take a swig of another bottle of water she brought with her.
Well, they had all of 9 months, 11 months to change when I was here, and they didn't. I find it hard to believe that they go from saying they want to retry me less than a month ago to suddenly being, oh, let's get the booze out for all of the kids who are coming back home and celebrate their return. I don't. I'm just not buying it. And I can imagine you're probably going to call me paranoid. But I'm going to follow my gut on this and stay paranoid if it'll keep me safe and keep me from not having to go through that again.
Is there anything that I or the others in the back can do to help you ease that paranoia? Not necessarily convince you, but make you feel at least a little bit more comfortable.
We can not piss stakes off anymore. Because I'm sure you heard about that already.
Indeed, I have. I heard she got out of the van and ran off.
She stormed out in a way that would make Broadway actresses proud. But yeah, no, we fucked up on that one. But honestly, the biggest thing we can do, I can accept that we're here on a job, and I can accept that we have to be professional with them. But we just need to get the fucking job done as quickly and efficiently as possible. One, I don't want to be here as longer than we need to, and two, Tampa doesn't have the time for us to dawdle.
I can get behind that.
Charles didn't let me know exactly what was going on when I talked to him last and updated him, but I don't think it's a smart idea for us to waste time.
She'll shift a little bit and give her a curious look. Something got Charles spooked?
He mentioned a dragon, and I'm both curious and concerned.
A dragon?
I swear to God, he said dragon.
Like the ones that breathe fire and fly?
He didn't specify whether it's breathed fire or flew, but he did say dragon. Honestly, after ghosts and werewolves and vampires, sure, why not dragons?
I mean, fair point, but now I'm also a bit curious how something like that has gone unseen for however long, how long?
Apparently it's a shifter like us.
Didn't
She
know
just
that.
shrugs.
Yeah, Rory will just shrug as well. Didn't know that there was anything else other than wolves that could shift, but cool. And well, if it's a dragon, slightly terrifying to know.
From what I heard at the bar, there's bears that can shift, and also that's something that Aaron mentioned, and then apparently there's gators.
Yeah, I believe she mentioned the bear when Forge and I were out hunting. That was a weird experience.
How did that go?
Imagine Aaron, but actually carefree. It was very odd seeing her with her hair down, metaphorically. But
Delphi's shaking her head like, no. Just no. She's the hard ass state patrol. No.
I mean, she
It's not a
pulled one
thing.
over on me and Forge.
How?
Thought we were trespassing, did the whole shotgun routine. When I put my hands up, told us she was making a joke and showed us a good hunting spot.
So she was just actually just vibing and chilling with you?
Yeah, pretty much. Telling us stuff.
Yeah, she tried getting me to talk the entire during the party, but I didn't really want to talk. I was trying to hide behind Forged so they wouldn't look at me, because he's big and muscular, so it's easy to disappear behind him. But he involved me in the conversation.
It sounds like Forged. Sure, he didn't shut up either.
He was having a really nice time. And honestly, I did feel bad that he genuinely looked like he was having fun. I did feel a little guilty for just kind of mentally shitting on everything when he was having a good time. Everyone was having a good time. Felt like the Wednesday Addams of the party.
Yeah, but like you said, you have reasons to feel that way, and well, if there's free booze and free food, Forge is gonna just accept it and have a good time on his own.
That is very true.
Rory's gonna get off the tree and just do a quick glance around just to see if there's anything else in the area before moving on.
Roll me a wits and awareness.
Can I assist?
Sure. Add an extra die.
Thank you, because that's not my best pool. We got a crit, so 4.
Off through the trees, a little bit of a distance away, you spot an unusual formation a little further out. A pile of stones. Now, this area is not really, mountainous or rocky. It's a rather flat woodland. So for this pile of rocks in the woods to be in this location, it would have to be transported here. It'd have to be purposeful. And by the way the stones are placed, they seem to be placed with purpose, stacked up with intention. Now, it's far enough away that you can't really make out very many details. There's a lot of trees blocking it, but you can spot the rocks through the trees.
Rory's going to point over in the direction to the rocks. You see that over there?
Delphine will glance over. Do I recognize that is the textbook like the photo in the dictionary of the word cairn?
I would say you probably haven't experienced any of those before, so it'd probably be an unusual sight for you. I don't know how, if Delphine's watched Lord of the Rings or anything like that before. So then yeah, maybe she's seen experienced things like that before. So maybe, but it just looks like a pile of rocks. So without getting close, I would say you can't tell for sure.
Delphine will glance at Rory. You can go check it out.
All right. I'll take point, I guess, on this one.
Yeah. I've kind of got a eye in both spaces right now.
All right. I'll point out any roots or underbrush that might trip you up. And Rory's going to start heading towards the direction of those rocks.
As you get closer, you see that the trees are a little bit more spaced out and that there is a small grove around this pile of rocks, that this area has been cleared out and that there is some moss growing on the rocks themselves as if it has been some time. The rocks have weathered a bit and that they are stacked very purposefully, but it's not as ornamental or precise as the more fancy cairns are, the more fancy graves would be. This is definitely rough work. As you get closer, on the other side of the stack, that's where you see the figure laid next to the pile of rocks. The lone lupus wolf laid down next to the pile of rocks. A red wolf, recognizable only to be stakes her claim, laid down, her head placed upon one of the stones. As you draw near, she gets up on all fours and looks over in your direction. And then upon seeing who it is, just lowers herself to the ground again and puts her head back on the stone.
Rory's gonna slowly approach, but keep a good distance away from the stone. And then she wants to get like a read on Stakes to see if it's just kind of her vibing and like chilling out here. Like, what's if she's still like giving off any body language that she's like upset with the pack.
Give me a wits and insight.
That is a 2.
It's hard to pick up on her general mood at the moment. You can tell that there was a mild irritation at first, but that seems like that's settled. And now she has basically gone to ignoring your presence.
Delphine will frown at the sight of Stakes, and she will approach, but stop about 6 feet away before she just goes to kneel on the ground, just completely sitting down. And she'll kind of lower her head a little bit, looking down at her hands that are on her lap, fidgeting and picking at her leggings. And she'll just say, "Sorry." We shouldn't have ruined it for you. I can't apologize for everyone, but I can apologize for myself. She'll make sure to keep her head very lowered, just because dog behavior. She wants to show that she's trying to appeal to the lupus side of Stakes.
Roll me a charisma and animal, Ken.
I can assist with the dot and animal kid because Rory will do the same.
Sure.
One success.
Okay.
Charisma's not my strong suit.
Stakes turns her head that's resting on the stone to look over in your direction. Her eyes seem dull and her gaze seems somewhat distant, but she does take in your posture and your pose. She stares for a long, long, silent few moments, taking everything in. And then she pushes herself up to her feet and turns and starts loping away the opposite direction, around the back of the stones. As she does so, when she comes around the other side, she's in her Hamid form. I know that this is hard for you. I know that you don't want to be back here. I know that this place did terrible things to you. It did terrible things to me. This life is going to do terrible things to you all the time. And you have to keep living it. If you're going to hate every place you're going to be because it's terrible, and if you're going to hate every person who wrongs you, you're going to be alone forever.
Delphine just keeps her head lowered, but her shoulders do drop even like a lot more than they already were.
I don't hate you for this. I don't even fail to understand why you do it, why you did it. I do understand. But Delphine, it doesn't help anything to do it. Be mad, be hurt, be suspicious. Fine. You've earned that. Everyone else can have their own opinions and feelings. You've given your warning. Whether they listen or not is up to them. You've been warning them since you met them. Just like they've been warning you. Do you want them to keep shouting in your face all the time what you already know? No, because it just hurts you. You don't think that I'm not a little bit suspicious about what's going on with my pack. I am. But just for a moment, I just wanted to see my friends again. The way they were. Even if it was a lie, I wanted to believe it for a minute.
I'm still learning how to people too.
It's hard.
It is. But you deserved to be able to have a nice time, and we didn't need to take that away from you. I understand.
And you deserve to feel safe. And I haven't given you that these last few days. Your pack needs to give you that. because I won't always be able to.
Oh, Rory's here keeping me out of trouble while I'm being paranoid. And she'll laugh a little bit.
Yeah, at least according to what Ray thinks. Who says I won't be getting in trouble as well? And she'll give like a mischievous little like grin to Delphine to kind of like ease the tension.
Stakes. Walks over and presses a hand to Rory's cheek. I'm sorry I haven't been there for you. You got caught up in all this, and you were just doing what you were told.
You don't have anything to apologize to me for. The others pissed you off, and rightfully so. And she'll pull out the water bottle. But here, you look like you've been out here a while, and I don't know if you've had anything to drink or eat.
She takes the bottle, uncorks the cap, and looks like she's going to pour it and start licking underneath, but then stops herself and puts it to her lips and drinks it.
Even moms need to crash out sometimes. We're honestly a pain in the ass.
I was surprised too by what I found. And very little surprises me.
She'll nod. Then she'll look at the stones. I haven't seen this place before.
She puts the cap back on the water bottle and passes it back to Rory before going and sitting at the base of the pile of stones. She puts her hand on one of the stones. This is where my brother rests.
Delphine stares at the stones. Was he a bone gnar like you?
Yes. We came from the same litter.
Ragabash or?
Yes.
Delphine, is it mainly dirt around the stones?
Yeah. There's some moss that's grown on the stone and there's patches of grass, but for the most part it's dirt.
Delphine will just with her finger as she's asking these, as she asks the questions, will just start tracing in the dirt, like the symbol for bone gnar and then the symbol for Ragabash, kind of trying to do a little something to show appreciation to show appreciation and acknowledge the grave. While she didn't witness the death, she knows that Owl does prefer that we respect the dead.
He fell to Fenris shortly before he died. As many others did.
Is that why they lost their shit with me?
It's a very touchy subject. And if they truly are or were lost or influenced by Fenris, it would make sense. But if they aren't, it would still be a very touchy subject.
Rory, while she's listening to the two of them, is gonna put her hand on the on top of the stone because she wants to see, kind of show respects and also test the theory that she has.
You touch the stone, and it's warm to the touch from the rays of the sun that have graced it, but that's it. Nothing happens.
Was he like you, or were you two polar opposites, even though you were born under the same moon?
He was my opposite. When he died, it was like losing a piece of me. My balance. But when he had fallen, I had already lost that. He had become so aggressive, so reckless. He wasn't himself anymore.
What was his name?
Runs with streams.
You talk a lot about when he fell, but I'm sure you have some fond memories about him as well. It
I
can't
do.
all be the bad.
Being back here, it's sometimes hard to focus on the good memories, especially with recent conversations. But there are many good memories. Finding this place, times before our change. Our change was difficult. We lost the rest of our family. But there were times with the rest of the pack and the others. We were the mischief makers of this sept. The two of us, we got into a lot of trouble. I think if we'd all met back then, we would have had a very good time.
Stealing all of Red's beer.
And then some. When I learned what TPing was, we had a great time with that.
I mean, if you want to cause some mischief, I'm sure we could TP Ray's van. A little harmless vandalism.
Maybe.
Honestly, just TP the boys' room.
We could do that.
Did they ever teach you the trick where you put their hand in a cup of water while they're sleeping?
Why don't you just pee on their bed?
Well, the trick is you use warm water because it makes them relax and then pee themselves while they're sleeping.
Oh. Is that bad?
Generally, grown men aren't supposed to wet the bed.
Oh.
Or grown women, adults aren't supposed to wet the bed. It would be something that pups do.
That makes sense.
Delphine would, hearing about Stakes' brother and everything, she would, every time she's had a vision and she's used her sight from beyond, she's only ever seen something bad. So she kind of wants to see if she can try to see something good for once, and like focusing on like what she's hearing, the good parts that she's hearing from Stakes right now. She kind of just wants to reach out and touch the stone and trigger a sight from beyond.
Sure.
Trying to see if her own gift can sometimes be positive instead of negative.
Sure.
You get that vision, girl. Yeah, while she's doing that, Rory, maybe one day when it's a little easier, I'd like to hear some more of those stories of before you took on a bunch of headstrong pups.
When we go home. Yes. It's harder here.
3 successes.
As you reach out and touch the stone, your vision swirls. You find yourself standing in front of a seesaw. And you see 2 children on the seesaw, a boy and a girl. The girl has mussy black hair, completely messed up and ragged. The boy has auburn hair, also kind of a mess and ragged, freckles across his face. He wears overalls that are kind of frayed at the bottom. And they just go up and down on the seesaw. Just back and forth. And the girl, she seems to be very rambunctious in her jumps. Just like wanting to go faster and higher, really pushing off the ground. Whereas the boy seems a little bit more cautious, trying very hard to keep his sister steady, trying to make sure she doesn't just fling herself off, even though she is almost jumping out of the seat, almost trying to fling her feet off to see if she can hop off and then jump back on the seat like a dirt biker going off of a jump. But he's also simultaneously humoring her as she giggles with each jump. The sun is shining down on this beautiful day from above. The sunbeams shining on their face. It's a nice day on the playground. Until the thunder comes on the horizon. The clouds roll in and start to blot out the sun. The sunbeams are only covering one of them now. Because off on another part of the playground, there are some bullies. Some bullies pushing around some other little kids. older kids pushing little kids. And as the little boy watches the bullies, the sunbeams stop touching his face. And after a while, he leaves the seesaw. A flash of lightning blinds your vision. And there isn't a boy and a girl anymore. There are two wolves. Both red wolves. One you recognize to be Stakes Her Claim. The other to be similar, almost identical, but distinctly male. In a hispo form. Surrounded by torn apart corpses. Most of them mutilated. Several of them devoured. The lightning flashes again. And there's the little girl on the seesaw once more, alone. Pushing up and down by herself. No one to balance out the other side. There's no sun in the sky, just gray clouds. And that's where the vision ends.
Delphine kind of just snaps her hand back from the rock and then kind of just looks over at Stakes before just getting up and going and hugging her.
She reaches up and touches your shoulder.
Rory just kind of gives them both a moment as they hug each other and kind of like just keeps a little bit of a watch around.
I really hate that wolf.
I studied them, trying to learn why. I listened to tales from Sean about the wolf. Back before everything started to go different. The wolf wasn't always our enemy. You have to understand. When we started to lose this war, when all started to seem hopeless, desperate times called for desperate measures. But we can't become animals. We can't become monsters, and I know that's strange coming from me.
I won't let him get any of us. And she'll comment, I know I'm mad at Juniper, but I still told her not to go to him.
You need to figure it out.
I'm working on it.
I know.
I need time. It's literally been like a month.
I know. It's been 2 years. She looks over to the pile of rocks. And I still haven't completely figured out how I feel about this.
You should talk to the Galliard. And she looks at Rory. It's a story that needs to be known and told. Talking about it helps you process stuff. Forged has been doing a good job learning how to talk to people and about his big feelings.
He's doing surprisingly well at that, actually.
Delphine kind of like separates from Stakes and like looks at Rory, kind of just like, oh, like kind of like she has a face that's like, I've got tea, but I can't say it.
Rory just gives her a look like, I'm gonna get it from you later.
Delphine will just nod.
We should head back. We have business to finish, and we need to get home.
Yeah. Tampa can't wait for us to completely deal with our bullshit.
No. She stands up, offering a hand to Delphine to help her get to her feet.
Delphine will take it.
She looks up at Delphine, pressing a hand to her cheek. I forgive you. The others still have to apologize, but I forgive you.
I will learn to be better at peopling, just like you have clearly done a lot of work to do that as well.
I hate it.
It's not fun.
No.
It's not fair that Charles gets to just be stoic all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something you gotta practice. After a while, you just get used to it, and Rory will stand up and dust off her pants.
In an uncharacteristic fashion, Stakes grabs one of Delphine's hands and one of Rory's hands as they walk out of the woods together, heading back to the motel for a much-needed meeting of the pack to decide what's next. And with that, we go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Welcome back. In the first half, well, you should just go back and watch it if you haven't seen it yet. That's just the best way to describe it. To try and catch you up would be impossible at this point. Our second half begins in the motel room, where Raymond, Delphine, Rory, and Stakes Her Claim are gathered. Juniper and Forged are suspiciously absent, having not been seen for over 24 hours. Any attempts to reach them by cell phone have gone unanswered. Any attempts to find them have come up empty. As you're all waiting in the motel room, you are alerted when there's a knock at the door. The scene is yours.
Delphine will just look at the door and then look at Ray, because there's no way in hell she's answering a knock at a motel door.
I will look up at the door, probably stopping whatever pacing I was doing, because the situation is not good. And I will glance around and look at everyone and walk towards the doorway and check through the peephole.
You see Red standing outside the front door.
I will open the door as quickly as I can.
Raymond, thank goodness. Can I come in?
Yeah, of course. What's going on? You seem a little out of it. What's up?
Something's happened. We need to talk. I'm glad everyone's here.
I will step to the side and gesture him inside.
We went by the house to just make sure that everything was ready. And when we got there, we saw that someone had been inside and that the cellar had been breached. We went down to see what had happened, and it looked like there had been a fight or something had happened, and we found the unconscious forms of both Juniper and Forged. It looks like they had been in a brawl or something. There was blood everywhere, and something had happened. We brought them here as quickly as we could, and we wanted to bring them in for you so that we could tend to them if it's all right.
I will look, just jaw open and shock on my face hearing that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we have another room that we've paid for. We can put them in that room.
I have Sean and Aaron here to assist, but I didn't want to overstep or do anything. We've got Forged stabilized, but it looked like he was near death.
Delphine will immediately just jump up from the bed hearing that, and not caring that about her own personal feelings in the moment. Where are they?
We can bring them in. We just wanted to wait until we had secured the area to make sure nobody saw. Is it all right that we can bring them in?
Yeah. I'll go unlock the other door. I'll probably need your guys' help bringing them inside.
We've got it. We can carry them.
Rory's already jumping up and going to look for a first aid kit.
Delphine will just look at Rory and Eliza taught me how to heal them.
I'll go run and unlock the other room that we have paid for.
As you get into the room, you see that Aaron and Sean are moving from the cars that are parked right nearby, carrying the wrapped up forms of both Juniper and Forged, bringing them into the rooms before laying them down. You can see that they are both breathing, but they look messed up. They're both naked. They're both still very wounded, and they're both unconscious.
While they were being brought in, I will also keep a short lookout to see if anyone spots or...
You
sees
can tell
anything.
that Aaron has set up police barriers in the area, and it looks like the scene is secure.
Cool. Then I will completely, as soon as I see that, ignore it, and then turn and kind of rush in to the beds.
As you get to the bedside, Forged looks messed up. Severely messed up. Chunks of his flesh are completely missing, gouged off of his body. And Juniper looks bad, but not nearly as bad as Forge does.
Seeing Forge, would I have to make a roll to not, like, in a sense, go into a panic attack or, like, be able to, like, hold my stomach?
Sure, give me a
contents?
composure and resolve.
I'm going right over to Forge since he's the one that looks like he needs the most attention. I'm ignoring everyone else, laser focused on my injured packmate, and I'm going to use Mother's Touch on him.
Okay. Now, you will have to get a critical to do any good here because he is full of aggravated damage. Therefore, if anything's to be done, you have to get a critical.
So, I got 2 1s, one on my rage.
Okay. I would say you
No
are in
successes.
full fear state at this point. Yeah.
Cool. So Rory, after initially going into action and going into like, okay, we gotta start administering first aid, seeing Forge's condition just freezes up and goes pale as a sheet, like white as a ghost.
I only got 3 successes, unfortunately.
As you lay your hands on and call upon the gift to try and mend the wounds, the bleeding stops, but there doesn't seem to be any mending actually done. Nothing seems to actually be helping. Sean, who's placed them down but stepped back immediately, just remains silent nearby, not proceeding to do anything, but then after seeing your attempt says, I don't want to overstep, but I would be happy to assist if you wish.
Delphine grits her teeth, just hearing him, but she swallows her own pride in this moment and just turns to him and just directly says, do it.
Very well. He steps up next to Forged, kneels down beside the bed, and starts laying out various ritualistic implements. He reaches into a side satchel and pulls out a paste and starts spreading the paste over the wounds as he starts chanting.
While Sean is doing that, I want to turn to Red and Aaron. I need you to tell me everything that, like, in detail of what you came across.
Of course. The house that we were going to rent you originally belonged to Rick. Since he is out on assignment, we were renting the house to you. Since it belongs to the pack and one of our pack mates, it is in our possession. That is why we are able to do so. We have his permission to do so, of course. The cellar was locked. We were going to explain this all in detail when you decided to rent the establishment. Apparently, it seems that when investigating, somebody, perhaps them, had broken in to the cellar and gone downstairs. I don't blame them. It's fine to be curious. We probably could have explained better, and I apologize for that. But when we went downstairs, it was chaos. Raymond, there's no better way to explain it. There was blood everywhere, broken boxes, even the walls were cracked. Likely a fight in the war form, if I had to guess. I only found their 2 bodies on the ground, unconscious. They were facing each other, which would give me the distinct impression that they had been opposing one another, and they had each other's blood on one another.
I will cross my arms while listening to this and look down, shaking my head.
We didn't find signs of any other individuals on the scene. There was no signs of foreign contaminants or any other creatures. Sean didn't spot any Banes in the area. Nothing.
I'll look up at Red. I know that this is a bad situation for everyone.
Raymond,
But
it's
if
fine.
if
This
it's
is Guru
okay,
culture. We get into
Yeah.
scraps. It happens. We understand.
will you let me and the rest of the pack handle this?
Yes, of course. This is an inner dispute between the two pack members. These things happen. We will totally understand the situation. We'll have to do some cleaning and probably have to explain some things to Rick, and he may want some money to pay for any broken equipment, but it's fine. When he gets back, we'll explain the situation to him, and we probably should have told you about the cellar before, but we were going to explain it when we agreed to the rental. We apologize for that, but we're just glad we got to them in time. If anything had happened, it could have been far worse, and we would have felt terrible. But Sean is seeing to Forged, and as soon as he's stabilized, hopefully all will be well. But
No. I understand. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I'm glad you were able to get there in time.
I am too.
Delphine, meanwhile, since Forged is being treated by Sean, she'll go over to Rory and will grab her by the shoulders and turn her away from Forged and like force her to look at her. Hey, when was a time you had to be brave?
What? And she's not gonna resist the motion. She's just gonna kind of still be like in that.
You talked about your little brother. He ever get hurt or something like that, and you had to be brave for him?
I mean, yeah. I guess a few times we have.
Gonna need you to think about that. And we gotta be brave for them because we still need to look at Juniper.
And she's just gonna nod her head, still being a little like shaken up, but trying to focus on those thoughts.
Give me a charisma or manipulation and persuasion there, Delphine.
I will take manipulation.
That works for me.
Three successes.
With that, you feel yourself start to calm, Rory, your heartbeat getting a little bit more under control. You're still very much panicked, and you can't even deign to look over in the direction of the bloody mess that is Forged right now. But with a project, with a focus, Juniper, you have to help Juniper. That is able to kind of redirect your attention, at least for the moment, off of what's happening.
Yeah, she's gonna do a little bit of breathing. All right, I think I'm okay to look at her, at Juniper at least, and she'll go and start administering at least basic first aid to Juniper until
Find
someone else
any-
with.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Just find me where the broken bones are. You're better at that than I am, and I can see if I can heal them.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Give me a wits and medicine there, Rory.
still rage 1?
Mm-hmm. Actually, give me a rage 2 now because of all the excitement.
Two.
Okay. You're able to get a very basic assessment. If there's any real internal injuries, it'll be very hard to tell at this point, but an external view, you are able to get a really good idea of the grievous injuries versus the less severe. So you can point out which areas need the most attention over the least, and are able to direct Delphine at least to where she can probably help the most with her touch versus areas that probably aren't needing attention as much and could probably be healed by Juniper on her own.
Yeah, Rory will go ahead and do that and be like, right here looks like quite severe compared to this, so this will let her manage and continue to do that, using this to kind of help her ground herself in a weird way.
I will try Mother's Touch on for Juniper.
Okay. Juniper, you will have also lost the wolf because of this.
3.
All right. So you are able to regain consciousness at this time. You are full of ag and 1 superficial, but you are conscious.
Okay. What?
You remember everything up until the point of your frenzy.
I begin to stir, and the first and only thing I feel and experience is just pain all over. And I furrow my brows and just kind of groan a little bit as I try and open my eyes. Oh, what the fuck?
Don't move.
Delphine?
You're back at the motel room now. Take it easy. We're patching you up.
Oh no. Oh, where's Forged?
Sean's taking care of him.
Is he okay?
Let's focus on you.
It hurts. Everything hurts.
I bet it does. Just take it easy right now, and Rory will kind of try to make her as comfortable as she can wherever they set her down.
We were just trying to look out at the house. Oh, he just wouldn't leave the box alone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We'll talk about it later. Just don't move.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna lay here.
Yeah, just rest up right now. We'll talk about it all later. We'll get things all sorted out.
Forged, over to you. In the inky darkness, there is nothing. There is just the quiet. And then there is pain. Only pain. Agonizing, furious, crippling pain as the light, blinding and unyielding, comes pouring in. You are healed 1 ag. You have no wolf, but you are back and weaker than you've ever been. Because for all intents and purposes, you are just a human at the moment. And you have been hurt like never before. But you are back.
immediately have my kind of open my eyes, just letting out a fuck, god damn it, and then just kind of royal in agony right now. It's just trying to find something to alleviate the pain, but not being able to do anything. Just kind of looking around, seeing what's going on.
Forged, you remember up until about the time that the fight started.
So I don't remember that I went out of Krynos to stop the fight and that she continued. Okay.
Nope.
I just kind of look confused as now there's this block of memory. Just kind of, I knew the fight started and I knew it was looking okay, and now I'm suddenly on a table in extreme pain next to, or in this apartment hotel, extreme pain, and looking over to Juniper, who also appears to be super messed up, just completely confused, and just, what the fuck happened? Oh, god damn.
I'll walk over to Forge. We don't know exactly what happened. Red and them brought you over, barely clinging. Do you? We'll talk about it in a second. I just rest for a bit. We'll talk in a second. And I will turn to Sean. Thank you, Sean.
I'd like to keep checking in if it's all right, just to make sure that his healing progresses. It's going to take a couple of days for him to get his wolf back and be able to regenerate on his own, but I believe that Delphine will be able to assist from this point forward, and eventually the regenerative capability should be able to do the rest. But with, and he looks to Delphine, your permission, I am here to help in any way I can.
She kind of looks in his direction away from Juniper in that moment, and then kind of glances at Stakes.
Stakes has been standing in the corner, her arms folded across her chest, just watching the proceedings, looking back and forth between Juniper and Forged, but studying the entire scene overall. She looks to you, gives a nod.
She'll inhale and then let it out slowly, trying to compartmentalize in the moment, because it's not about her right now. It's about Forged and it's about Juniper. And despite knowing how to heal, she has quickly realized that, at least in Forge's case, this is beyond her own capabilities. So she'll nod. He'll need a more experienced Theurge to look after him.
I will happily be under your eye the entire time. I understand there is no trust between us, but I'm hoping to earn that back. I hope you know that.
This isn't about me or you right now. It's about my packmate.
I understand.
With Juniper and Forge stabilized and awake, albeit not happy and in a lot of pain, they're good for right now. And so I will turn to Sean, Red, and Aaron. Again, thank you for bringing them here.
Aaron kind of pulls a small zip bag out. I have some mild sedatives that could help ease their pain. Mild, very mild, if you would like, since they're going to need at least another day before anything's going to be able to help them much more. if you want me to give them I've got a first aid training.
I have training as well. So if you
She
give them
passes the
items,
bag
I
to
can
you.
start. I'll take it. Thank you. But
We'll get out of your hair.
again, thank you.
Red looks to you as both Aaron and Sean step outside. If you need anything, you call us.
I will.
Red looks to both Forged and Juniper. We're glad you're all right. Before they both step outside.
I will close the door behind them, and I will just stand there at the door for probably a good 10 or 15 seconds and then turn back to everyone. And I will walk over to the desk that's probably there, pull out the chair, and put it down in between at the front foot of both beds in the middle, and sit down and just stare at the two.
Currently, I have like my arm somewhat extended, like grasping kind of towards the mild sedatives in your hand. Like almost looks like I'm begging, as right now I'm just focused on breathing and just fixated on this object now.
I don't even have my eyes open. My arm is just like across my stomach, and my whole face is just contorted in pain and discomfort.
I will get up and I will administer 1 dose of the minor sedative to each of them.
I refuse it.
You will not.
It's primarily a painkiller more than a sedative, so it's not going to knock you out. It's more going to just at least take the pain away enough for you to be able to talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. When you said
I
sedative,
don't want
was
to take
like,
away your ability to roleplay during this scene.
It's not
No,
my
it's
stuff.
fair. It's fair.
I mean, we could go get some of the stronger stuff later.
No, no, Juniper wouldn't. All right. I'll begrudgingly accept one of the painkillers.
Stronger than an
have
Advil.
The kind they give you after your wisdom teeth get pulled.
I'm assuming I don't have to make a roll to
No.
administer it. Okay.
Rory's gonna go and get like water for the two of them and just kind of put them on like the nightstand in between the two beds. And just kind of like sit on the floor in between the two of them.
I'll go back over to the chair and sit and wait for the painkillers to kind of kick in and kind of wait for that as relaxed as they can get breathing.
As the pain settles and subdues, it's more like a dull ache. Your bodies won't allow you to go skipping around or doing anything, but you could probably get up and go to the bathroom if you needed to. You're not going for a walk, you're not going for a jaunt, but you're able to exist mildly uncomfortably at the moment.
I will kind of glance between the both of them. Now I want you guys to tell me in detail exactly what happened.
We both ended up at the house to check it out. Got into a little bit of an argument that ended up with the lock to the cellar being opened. We went downstairs. There was more of an argument between the both of us, and misunderstandings or something, and some assholery, and a box that was trying to be stolen, an attempt to stop the theft so that we all wouldn't get fucked over in the mission, a crazy unnecessary fight, and I think we both fucked each other up so much that I don't know, I don't remember.
Whenever they're explaining or they're talking, I just want to blanket say I'm inciting everything they're gonna say.
Yeah. I would say there's no deception so far. I don't even think there's a roll required. What she's said so far is legit. She hasn't covered up anything yet. Until I feel like there is something being hidden, I will call for a roll, but
I just want to put it out there.
Yeah, I got you. You've said it, so now it is. Yep. Noted.
After Juniper is done explaining, I will turn to Forge.
When Juniper said misunderstanding, I just give her like a death glare, just very cold, angry stare that gets interrupted by winces and just kind of pain before, as you look on over. I just kind of look at you for a moment, and I don't even say anything. I don't nod. I just kind of stare, just clearly pissed off, but not saying anything.
Forge, I need you to explain what happened so I can understand how you both ended up in this state. There's no way that, sure, it may have been a minor argument, but a minor argument should not leave both of you almost dying. So you need to tell me exactly what happened. This is not the time for you to draw into yourself and be a little pissy baby. I need you to tell me right now.
I know that this is a whole shit show, but please just give him a little bit of a break. I mean, look at him. Look, we got into a really bad argument, okay? He has thoughts about me, I have thoughts about him, and our anger just got out of control, okay? Can you just... That's what this was. Shit just got real heated, and we fucked up, okay? But just give him a break.
Yeah, you guys did. But I need to hear what he remembers so I can understand the situation. So, Forge, tell me.
After some deliberation, I eventually speak up, as I'll say, What do you want to hear, huh? Do you just want to hear that I fucked up, that we just caused the whole scene there, that I was trying to steal something? I
Nope.
don't know what you want.
Nope. I want to hear your side of the story. I need details and an explanation. I don't want to hear... I don't care if you think that you screwed up. I honestly don't. I just need to know what happened. Because I don't know.
Look, I wanted to look around the fucking place because I wanted to stay there, okay? I had keys. I was going to go in. I was just curious. Juniper was there. We kept having arguments, and I tried to, in a way, make things up, try to settle the beef, or at least say something, and it didn't work. We fought, and I saw that there was a locked, or I guess both saw there was a locked basement. I decided that I was going to go down there because I wanted to know what the fuck was down there. Because if we're going to stay there, might as well get to know. I broke the fucking hatch, went down there, looked around. Juniper kept trying to talk to me about different shit. I didn't care at the time because I'm just so fucking tired of her. I'm just tired of trying to make things work. It's exhausting. And I found a box that was hidden a bunch under Rick's stuff, I guess. It was just a bunch of camera shit, which was weird. And I saw this box that sounded like something within it. I was gonna take it. I wanted to know what was in there. And Juniper decided to stop me. We got into an argument. I tried to go up the stairs and she threw me. And I don't remember what happened after that.
I just tried to take the box and ended up flipping him over in the process. I just wanted to get the box back so that he wouldn't steal it and none of us would get in trouble. And then his response was to slam his fist on the floor and turn into Krynos and attack me.
Hang on. Ray. She'll look directly at Ray. We've got to ask the question if the wolf got the better of them. It's gotten the better of me before. I attacked Forged without hesitation that one night. And I wasn't really even mad at him. We've got to consider that might be something that happened.
I was looking around and I didn't see the wolf once. I don't remember the wolf being there.
No, not the wolf, our wolf. It can get the better of us sometimes. It got the better of me before. Maybe, and she'll look at between Forged and Juniper and Ray.
It's not an excuse, Stakes says.
I would say, if this was a small scuffle where you just kind of threw a few punches, sure, the wolf got the better of you. But you both went full war form and destroyed that basement. Saying the excuse of the wolf made me do it, it's not going to cut it.
That's not my excuse. I'm not saying the wolf did it for me, okay? Last thing that I remember with that, I got thrown and I was just so fucking pissed. I'm tired of all this bullshit I gotta deal with, of just feeling like I'm holding back so often, that I have all this goddamn anger, and I wanted to, I guess, I let my anger took the better of me there. I got pissed. I decided I was gonna take my anger out on her, try and beat up her a little bit. And I don't remember what happened after that. I just remember shifting, and it's just blank. I don't know.
And all I wanted to do was to get him out of the basement and get out of the house. I was just trying to defend myself. I didn't want to do this. I can't remember what all happened. but I didn't want to do this. I just wanted to get us out.
So did you not really know who murdered Delphine's parents then? Was that just a lie?
I wasn't lying. I just wanted to get us out of the basement first.
Rory's gonna shift and kind of look very confused between the two of them, but keep silent for the time being.
And there's nothing more that you guys can remember. Because, Juniper, it seems like you know the most before you can't remember anything. What exactly happened in that fight?
He was trying to beat the shit out of me. I was just trying to incapacitate him so I could get him out of the house. And he tried to grab that box again and leave with it. And after he had beaten me to the pulp that you see, and I could barely stand, and I don't remember anything after that. I just trying so hard to just not get in trouble like last time and not fuck everything up.
I mean, we'll just have to wait and see how badly this situation screws us over. I mean, they said they're willing to let us deal with this as a pack, but you fought and destroyed, again, a elder of the Sept's property.
While acting as emissaries of another sept.
Yes. So at this point, the warning that we said before we came up here, where we don't want to give them a reason, potentially, we just gave them a reason to do and decide anything. And things were going pretty well. And now, it's all completely up in the air. I don't know what the next move is.
It would depend on how Rix perceives the news. He's the one that would have been wronged in this scenario.
I didn't even know what to do in the first place. You know, when you have a fucking war form charging at you, it's kind of hard to think logically in the moment.
Seems like you did a good enough job considering that I'm much more fucked up than you are.
You beat the living shit out of me and tried to kill me.
Guys.
No, I wouldn't have tried to kill you.
Shut
You
up.
went.
No.
Do I need to leave again?
We are not doing this.
I'm not trying to make this a fight. I'm telling you, I would not have tried to kill her.
I'm Forged.
knew.
I'm not trying to make this a fight either. You went for my throat.
This is what you always do. You always.
Forged.
And I just I lean up and like sit back after like I get myself in pain, getting worked up, as I'll just turn silent.
I'm not lying. I'm not doing anything. I'm nothing. I'm coming at you with nothing but the truth. Person to person. Just like I tried to do.
Forged. It sounds like at some point during the fight you might have lost control, and that's partially why you can't remember.
And I think I did too.
if that happened, she looks at Ray, if that happened, they wouldn't have had any control over how far they would have taken it. So Forge, you may very well have gone for her throat.
At this point, my expression turns blank as I'll just look away and not looking at anyone's eyes. I'll just say, whatever, and just kind of go silent as I just stare off.
From the looks of things, man, I think I tried to kill you too. So we're both in the fucking shit show right now. Okay? Nobody's trying to ostracize you. Nobody's putting you down or anything. I tried to kill you too. That's like the truth of it from the physical state of our bodies right now. I'm sorry.
After kind of looking away and staying silent, eventually let out an exhale. I kind of look deflated, a bit more deflated, as I'll just respond with, I'm sorry too. I don't want to hurt you.
I need you both to look at me right now. Because if you don't listen to anything else I ever say, listen to this. You will never be able to live down killing a pack mate. And I tell you that from experience. You can kill another guru, which is a terrible thing in the first place. But a pack mate, you never walk away from that. That follows you everywhere you go. That hangs over you. These 4 other people you see, these 4 other guru, no one will have your back like they do. No one. Not even me. And I'm your mother. Start acting like it. Or else you're alone. You really are. And you won't live long in this life like that. I can't save you from yourself. And I can't save you from this life. And I'm trying so hard to. I'm killing myself trying to. No one, and I mean no one, will care for you more than the people you're standing next to or sitting next to at this moment. And yes, you might go on to find other packs and other sept eventually, but this is your first pack. Your first. And you never forget your first. I certainly didn't.
I just don't understand why it's so hard. I'm trying, Stakes. I am trying. I'm trying to be better with everyone, and I don't know if I'm mad or if it's the wolf that's mad. It just feels like that's what I do, is break shit, and I'm trying not to, but it's always what I end up doing. I don't know how not to.
That's the thing, Forged. There is no difference between you and the wolf. You're both. And the truth is, yes, you are mad, and you have every right to be. But at some point, you have to choose to point that anger at the right thing. You have to take all that anger you're feeling and point it at the fight, not at your family, not at your friends, not at other people. You have to point it at the worm. Because that is why we're here. That is what we're fighting for. Otherwise, you are the worm.
Rory,
Yeah.
you know that Ren taught you that song, right?
Which one again? And she'll kind of
The one that
shift.
calms.
I haven't fully mastered it yet, unfortunately.
Delphine will look at Ray. When we were in the Umbra, Rory's been trying to learn a song that calms our anger. I think she needs to, if she needs to work on that some more. And I think their anger gets to them a little too much, Ray, if I'm being honest.
I'm angry all the time. Angry at myself, angry at my brothers, angry at my pack mates, angry at you. But I shouldn't take it out on you. I shouldn't take it out on them. I should use it to fuel me, to give me the drive and ambition I need to be better, to do better, to fight. Otherwise, it's just tearing me down.
From this point on, Forge, Juniper, whatever issues you had with each other is done. At this point, you guys have fought it out. You tore each other to bits. You guys need to get over whatever issues you guys have. Because at this point, if this progresses more, what Stakes is warning us about and what Stakes is trying to tell us, it's gonna happen. Unfortunately, it seems like it's gonna be either of you. So squash it. Actually talk to each other and don't start arguing. Please. Doesn't have to be right now. Get better. But this shit is done.
I look over, toward the general direction of Juniper and give a silent nod.
I look over at Forged as he looks over at me. And I also just nod slightly before curling back up into myself.
Wait a couple of days and talk about the mission and the plans and all that other crap that we were going to talk about tonight. Just rest. And I will get up from the chair and I will go to walk out of the room.
I'll kind of, as you're like going to walk out, I'll kind of blur out, hey, Ray, and as I kind of I struggle to find the words, as I eventually stop and say, I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to mess this up. I'm sorry.
I'll stop and look back. My face still kind of flat from everything that's been going on. And I'll take a couple of seconds. I understand. And I will go and walk out of the room, close the door a little bit too hard.
Delphine will pick up the remote for the TV, look at both of them. Additional punishment, you're both watching TLC and I'm taking the remote away.
Oh, please. Please. I gotta deal with the guilt from got raised angry thing and oh, please don't do this.
90-day fiancé marathon for both of you.
God damn it.
Stakes
Rory
will. Oh, go ahead, Rory.
No, stakes first.
Stakes will push off the wall, go over to Juniper, lean over, brush the hair off her forehead, give her an awkward kiss on the forehead. I'm glad you're okay.
I didn't mean to.
I believe you. And she'll walk across the room over to Forged, lean over, brush sweaty, bloody hair off his forehead, lean in, give the awkward kiss on his forehead. She kicked your ass, man.
Look, let's not talk about it, okay? I'm at least glad that I can't remember it, so that way makes the memory not as bad, I guess.
I'm glad you're okay. Don't die on me.
Look, I guess I looked down on myself and I was saying, it looks like Gaia has other plans, I guess. When they talked about not being able to die from injury, I didn't think I'd get this fucked up. God damn.
Everybody gets one. She gives a second kiss on your forehead before standing up and walking to the door, opening it, giving one last look at everyone in the room before stepping out and closing it behind her.
Rory will stand up and be a little bit more quiet than normal as she goes and grabs her dobro. And she'll go grab her notebook as well. You two didn't see how bad it was when we ran into her and spoke to her about all this. And I'm glad you two are all right, but I think I gotta go change a couple of verses in that song I wrote, and she's gonna also head out the door.
Delphine will look between her two patients now, and she will sigh heavily. I'll get some water and towels and clean you both up.
I think I can get into the shower. Don't worry. No, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll be okay.
Sure, we can't get Rory back in here. Last time she took care of me, she was naked, and that was a lot better than this.
I'm gonna pull age here because I've been a Geru longer than both of you. And I'm telling you both, you're sitting your asses down, staying in bed, and letting yourself be looked after.
As everyone settles in for the night to rest, recuperate, and think about the evening's events, think about the day's events, Ray, as you go to sleep that evening, you feel a warm bundle at your feet as a lupusborn curls up at the foot of your bed against your legs, reassuring the leader of the troublesome responsibility to come. And this is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without one last scene. This scene takes us to the Upper Peninsula, to the mines. We see an exterior of the mines at night, the hills surrounding a deep pit where trucks and headlights can be seen driving along gravel driveways. We then hear a buzzing, a phone on vibrate. We hear it get answered. Then we hear Red's voice. Rick, we need you to come back. I'm on my way. And then we see a sandy blonde-haired man with a beard walk away from the edge of the pit, camera dangling from around his neck, as he makes his way over to a Jeep that's parked along the road, preparing to make his return trip to hell as Rick Rogers, the Galliard, is on his way to the negotiations. And this is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everyone watching at home. You can go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description, and you can join our community by following that Discord link. We'd love to have you participate in one of our amazing activities or possibly join one of our tables starting soon. We've got another episode of Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday over on Twitch at 10 p.m. And we've got another episode of Hell Hounds over on, right here on YouTube next Friday at 7 p.m. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week. Have a lovely evening, everyone.